Hello and welcome to another stream of Alan Wake 2. And so, in the last stream, we kept on playing until the game switched us automatically back to Saga. And instead of continuing on as Saga, we're going to jump back to Alan. There's going to be a bit of a recap because the cutscene will actually play again and all that kind of stuff. The first time I played through this game in October, I pretty much played it by ear as to when to switch between one character and another. In this current playthrough, when I was starting again from scratch, I decided to play as whichever character the game automatically switched me to until such time as it automatically switches me back to the other one. Now that we're in the New Game Plus, I decided to do yet another different thing, and so this time around, what we're going to do is, because it was switched back to Saga, we're going to go back and play as Alan until it forces us to go and play as Saga. And then, if I can go back to Alan, I will. But if not, then I stay as Saga, which is, fine. That's the way the story is. But they do give you a little bit of wiggle room as to how much of either character you play as before you have to play as the other one, kind of thing. So we're going to continue on with that. This is going to be a recap once I load this up, and we're going to switch back to Alan when the game lets us.
Okay, let's recap what you've told us so far, Alan. For the past 13 years, you've been trapped in a nightmare dimension called the Dark Place.
Yeah.
It's like New York, but it's not New York. And can be reached from the bottom of Cauldron Lake, but it's not really under the lake. And after all this time, you've managed to get out.
Yeah.
But so has your evil doppelganger. Mr. Scratch? Or is it the Dark Presence?
Both. It's interchangeable. He's Scratch when he looks like me, but he can change into this other form.
And Scratch, the Dark Presence, wants to rewrite the world in his own image.
Which would be in your image, as he looks just like you.
And turn the world into a fucking nightmare.
During Deerfest, which is scheduled to take place in a couple of days. You got out of the Dark Place by writing a novel, the pages we've been finding. But your double edited it into a horror story that's now changing reality, taking over people, making them crazy, bringing the Dark Place to Bright Falls.
Yes, fiction coming in contact with the Dark Place can change reality. The story is coming true, soaking into everything like darkness when night falls. But last time
This will be back in 2010.
Yes, last time it didn't happen all at once. The story came true bit by bit as it unfolded. And that dark presence was still bound to the lake. I stopped it before it got the ending it wanted. Before it broke free. Based on that, there's still time.
Which brings us to your magical light switch.
The clicker. Magical doesn't quite cover it. Scratch wants it to bring about his ending. That can't happen. If I can get the clicker, I can send him back to the Dark Place, make all this shit go away. Look, I know it's batshit crazy. My memory is full of holes, and I'm not sure how much I can trust. It's like a half-forgotten dream.
Mr. Wake. Alan. We've seen our share of batshit crazy in the past 24 hours. What I want to know is, why am I? Why are we written into the story?
I think I saw you. Or a vision of you in the dark place. I think you helped me reach out and escape somehow. With that in the story, Scratch would have edited it to get to you. To hurt you. We are all in danger.
It's insane. And there's so much of it.
So this is what allows you to switch characters. We can't do it just yet because the game wants us to talk more to Alan. But once it lets us actually switch, we're going to switch back to Alan. In this part of the playthrough, the New Game Plus portion, instead of playing as one character until it automatically switches and then play as them until it automatically switches again, I'm actually going to go back to Alan and stick with Alan until such time as we have to come back and do Saga's part, and we'll just keep on doing that. But essentially, last time at the start of this playthrough, when I was doing the game from the start on a fresh save, basically it was sticking with Saga as long as possible until it automatically switches to Alan, and then stick with him as long as possible, and then go back to Saga and all that kind of stuff. So this time around, it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be play as Alan as often as possible early on, and then the same for Saga later.
Have you ever heard of the Cult of the Tree?
Creepy bunch. In the habit of wearing deer masks, performing murder rituals, victims turning into monsters possessed by darkness. Possibly inspired by a horror story written by a certain author. Ring any bells?
The cult. Yes. Yes. They have the clicker.
If the cult has the clicker, does that make them Scratch's followers? How are you so certain they even have the clicker?
They could be working for Scratch. I don't remember. It's all confused.
Alan, if I'm gonna act on this information, you need to be honest with me.
Yeah, of course.
Is he confused? Or is he hiding something? Wake just gave us a lot of information. But this clicker seems like a good place to start. If we find that, then we find the cult. Wake said the cult has the clicker. How does he know?
The writer is the reader. The next chapter, the next chapter, the next chapter. Keep the pages safe, the dark shining of the words.
Wake is hiding pages. That's how he knows the cult has the clicker. Wake has a double. Mr. Scratch. Where is he now?
A cloud of wrath wears my face. The dark place in your place. Scratching out my body of work.
Scratch is here. In Washington. He's hunting Wake. Scratch looks just like Wake. Why?
Don't wake up the dreamer if your life is a dream. I swam to the shore, but the water is rising.
Wake and Scratch are clearly connected. Maybe Scratch got out because Wake did. Or vice versa. Okay, Mr. Wake. I know you have more pages of the manuscript on you.
You don't understand how vital these pages are. They're the only way I can know what's coming.
You're not the only one trying to solve this. This is our job.
Okay. Here. Now, this is all I have. Be careful with them. Inside the trailer, at the outskirts of Watery, Saga had seen Wake's fabled clicker for the first time, in the hands of the Cult of the Tree. A cultist stared at her. She drew her weapon. Standing inside the trailer at the outskirts of Watery, Saga had seen Wake's fabled clicker for the first time, in the hands of the Cult of the Tree. Her mind reeled from what the horror story was now claiming about her life, her past. She didn't accept it. She stepped out of the trailer. She needed air, but she wasn't alone. A cultist stared at her from behind a deer mask. She drew her weapon, shouted, ran after him.
The Cult of the Tree has the clicker Wake told me about. They're a part of all this. The pages we've been finding are from a horror story called Return, written by Alan Wake. And the contents of this book are coming true. Why couldn't it have been a romance? It's all on the page. The clicker, the cult. Okay, I'll head to Watery and find this trailer. Casey, you stay here and keep an eye on Mr. Wake.
Got it.
No, you need me there.
No dice, pal. This is an FBI investigation, and I don't see a badge on that flannel.
Okay, so this is when it tells you that you can switch between characters. At the start of this playthrough, when I started from scratch, we did it so that I kept on playing as Saga at this point until it automatically switched to Alan. But this time around, I'm going to switch back to Alan and play as him until it automatically switches us back to Saga.
I was back. I wasn't able to escape. A dark presence had stopped me. I had seen the title page of another manuscript. Return. I didn't remember writing it, but it felt familiar. Important. I had to find it. The plot board was empty again. I needed a new draft, back at the beginning, but closer to my goal. I would write a new draft of Initiation to reach Parliament Tower using another murder site. Scratch was reaching out from the Dark Place to get Alice. She was out, but still in danger.
Welcome. Our guest tonight is Alan Wake. This time we wanted to do something.
I was back, and I hadn't forgotten. I knew how this worked now. I could take control, no more surprises.
What demons he wrestles with in the dark hours of the night. Together with our house band, the divine old gods of Asgard, we have created something very special. The song is called Herald of Darkness, but I like to call this next segment the story of the journey of Alan Wake, the musical. We just do what we always do. We'll chat, but instead of talking, we'll sing it.
What the hell?
From what I've gathered, you grew up nice and sheltered with mama's pretty stories and your own made-up fury. And mama gave me a magic clicker. Well, yes, I think it's true and fair to say. Come on in and listen, love, words you've been missing. Now the fire you're bearing, the eye of the darkness, your light. So you were drawn to stories early on. My dreams would light up my imagination. And you had nightmares night and day. Yeah, but with the clicker, I chased those frights away. Who knew? So true. So here is a clue of hope to remember. Visions, they come true. Abandon the lights with stream. So many champion Stories of crime and chilling thrillers, of hard-boiled killers became bestsellers. It was all too much, I had to get away. But there is more to it than meets the eye. I never meant for it to ruin my life that way. Would you say you lived a jaded lie? Dark shades could never save the day. So sad, but true. he could write a new story like Tom Zane before him, and maybe they'd be happy once again. Just one shot, one more chance for him to save their marriage, away from the city, a romantic getaway.
That was pretty good.
I hope you have a boat ready for a quick escape. Why? Did you want to borrow one? Thanks for redeeming that, Casper darling. Welcome on in. Yeah, sorry, Dr. Casper. Every time I see NG, I think New Game Plus for some reason. My brain has just been programmed when talking about New Game Plus to, just... So, yeah, I started New Game Plus, not in this stream, but in yesterday's stream as well. So, part 5 of the playthrough is where I started the New Game Plus story. Sorry for the confusion. Hey there, Afro. What, in Tara Nation? Absolutely. Yeah, that sequence is really, really cool. I'd give it more attention, but I've already done that in the past 2 playthroughs. Well, the first playthrough and then earlier this playthrough as well. But it is great music. and at the Game Awards they perform the same thing, which I thought was quite cool. But yeah, the band Poets of the Fall are the ones who do the music, and in the universe of Alan Wake they play the Old Gods of Asgard. And it really was great guitar, Afro, really cool.
A vision. Such a dark place, am I trapped in here? Is this real? I cannot remember. There was a manuscript, it held a key. A vicious cycle I must not surrender to. Echo seems to seek out again and again until I figure it out to bring this song to its end. Your way out to bring this song to its end. I will bring this song to its end. I gotta figure it out and bring this song to its end. You gotta figure it out to bring this song to its end. And I thought this place couldn't get any stranger.
You gotta figure it out. Champion of light. RT in the singing. To bring the song to its end. That's okay, Dr. Casper. I definitely will. I don't think I'll do it in today's stream, but certainly tomorrow's. And then that way on Friday, I can play the game that I have planned to replace this one, but I won't say what that is until I get to the end of the playthrough. Thanks for leaving the lurk. Morning, Schiller. Good morning to you. Welcome on in. Things are going well. Things are going good. How's things with you? I hope you're having a good one so far. Gamer Loop, welcome on in. How's things going for you? It's a really cool sequence. That part where I was running through the enemies on normal mode, they're a real pain. And so when I first played this game in October, I just ran through them eventually. I died multiple times. I probably died more than 4 times, 5 or 6 times, maybe even more than that. It's just ridiculous. So I'm just like, I won't worry about trying to, get the ammo and all that kind of stuff. I'll just run through. Really good here, Gamer Loop. Oh, that's good to hear. I'm glad that things are going well. As for me, I've been doing good. Things have been going good. Been having a good week so far.
Herald of darkness, lost in the champion of light.
Catchy, right?
Herald of darkness, lost in the Ai, Swedish brothers, perkele. Ai, että nyt on kyllä, joo. Laitto pojat jenkkakoneet soimaan. Atana. Champion of light, herald of darkness.
Schiller, you're good. You just got up. You managed to make some progress in Black Flag, which is nice. Absolutely, especially the playthrough you're doing. The challenge run, no fast travel and no upgrading the ship or Edward. But that's good. So what part of the story you're up to? Glad to hear that you're going good as well.
Herald of darkness.
The Champion of Light versus the Herald of Darkness.
It was all about me. This performance the Dark Place was putting on. But I had no control over it. I knew how utterly lost I was. The payphone was ringing again. The mystery caller was back at it. I had to find out more.
Alan Wake? Do you know who I am?
How the fuck could I?
Whoa! There's that famous temper. Lucky thing I'm not a paparazzi.
You keep jerking me around, refusing to tell me who you are.
You remember? Oh, fuck me. Alan, listen. Tell me, how much do you remember? Did you visit Parliament Tower? Did you find anything there?
Yeah. Alice is in danger. Scratch is reaching out to her, and there's another manuscript. Not initiation, return. I saw the title page. I don't remember writing it.
Return? Oh man, this is what we're after. The Scratch can't have it. Our survival, the survival of the fucking cosmic everything depends on this. Come to me. Ocean View Hotel. I left my room key right there on the payphone. Remember, the dark place works in loops and rituals. If the waves keep pushing you away, you just need to find another way in. We go with the flow of this ocean. Catch you soon, brother.
The Ocean View Hotel. A suspicious invitation to a shady meeting. Right on the money for the hard-boiled genre the whole city was built upon.
Sheila, at the beginning of sequence 10, last thing you did was assassinating Burgess and Cockrum. Ah, yes. Burgess and Cockrum. A cocksure collie, like Hornigold said. You don't really see much of those two characters, but it's interesting what they say to Edward.
The Ocean View Hotel. My destination. A loop that delivered me back to the street. What did the mystery caller said? If the waves keep pushing you away, you just need to find another way in.
Sheila, they should have gotten a better introduction. Yeah. Because, I mean, making them targets, there should have at least been a bit more of them before you reach that point. To also show a bit of their personalities and stuff as well.
With only dream logic to lead me to the hotel, I looked to the neon signs for guidance. The story I was building was fragile, constantly under attack. There was no time to waste. The Dark Presence was only a step behind me. The Dark Presence is out there. It's hunting me. Its spies are always watching. It's trying to catch me. I think it did, more than once. It's stealing from me. Stealing my identity. It wants to be me. Replace me. Twisted version of me. Scratch. Mr. Scratch. It's slithering into the story. Once it's in the story, I have to use it to keep the story true. Hey, Cain. I have to make the story darker now. But that gives it power. That's bad. I don't want that. But I have no choice. It's an arms race. All right, now keep it together. Damn it. I'll be the first one to cross the finish line. I have to beat the devil at his own game.
Casey!
You're the killer, the cult leader. It's in your eyes.
No! You've got the wrong man! It's Scratch! There's no time to lose!
You're going nowhere. I was dead tired. I just wanted it to be over. It was all my fault. I'd had this dark place in my head for so long. Sometimes I'd forget the pain was there. Like it was the way you were supposed to feel. I was not in a dark place. I was the dark place. The source of it all. The vessel. Me and the writer. We were the same.
This place kept pushing me under, getting into my head, poisoning me with darkness. I had to find a way to escape before it was too late. Too late again.
Welcome to normal mode, which is really hard mode. It really goes normal, hard. It doesn't go story, which is easy, and then normal. Sometimes I say that because I fully believe it in that moment, but other times I'm just saying it as a meme. But it does at times feel like you're playing on a harder difficulty than you actually have chosen. There's just things here and there that really, really mess with you. And I know I've got low health, but I was trying to get through this without using too many health items because there's a whole lot of other situations that I'll need health items in. I just thought, I could quickly get rid of those things without using like a flare or something.
Flashlight in his job.
Fucking stun blocked me. Oh. There we go. Your happy game, I used a flare. Now I've got one less flare that I could have used later on.
I was under attack from a shadow. There, but not there.
Excellent. Got another ability point. Well, technically that's what it is. But for Alan, these are words of power. And each one that you find is different, as in solving it will give you one of these categories. And so the category that we got there is words of aid. So you can't go, right, we've got that, so I'll go in here and get the other instead. It doesn't work like that. So we have to choose to upgrade something in words of aid. So I've already got increases hand flares area of effect by 30% and duration by 1 second, which is good. Let's increase that further. There we go. Okay, so we've unlocked another Words of Gun. Alright, so I've got the knockback force of Allen's shotgun fully upgraded. So we've got Roulette, provides 5% chance to not consume ammo when firing the revolver. Sunny Skies, increases flare gun projectiles area of effect by 25%. I've already upgraded that by 1. Let's upgrade it again. There we go.
Suck you dry if you stay here for too long. You'll end up a lost soul, haunting the streets and alleys. A faded out shadow, glimpsed by some other poor bastard on his way toward the same fate. Your broken dreams become a broken mirror, and the twisted reflection staring back at you with all the pent-up anger, regret, guilt, and shame was the monster you could never get away from.
This one didn't take me as long last time, but it's very finicky. I essentially have to wait until I feel the vibration in the controller to let me know that I'm shining it on the exact pixel accurate spot. Unless I have to mess with that first. You'd think there comes a point where they just give it to you, you know, because you've shined it enough and it should be plenty of, you know, but nope. Still has to be pinpoint accurate. All these things have to be aligned. The planets, everyone's underwear and sock drawer has to be organized in a certain configuration, in unison, every person on the planet. You know, these kinds of bullshit synchronicities that need to happen. Fine then, I won't worry about it this time around. There comes times in games where you just say, fine then game, fuck you. You don't want me to solve something that I solved last time by doing the same thing from the same spot? Fine.
I could see the Ocean View Hotel. I was getting close. The lights affected where the door led to.
Fuck it. Sick of it. Spent fucking too long on it already. Don't have fucking time or patience for this shit.
The room was empty except for the projector. More games. Was the film a message waiting to be played?
In this temple of shadow and mist, there's a window in the floor and a door in the ceiling. There's no knowing, am I standing still, or running, or kneeling?
You're the one who's been calling me.
Indeed. I'm Tom Zane. Welcome to the House of Zane.
The poet. The diver. You look like me. How the hell?
Or maybe you look like me, you handsome devil. The diver was a beloved character I played in one of my films. I'm a filmmaker, a celebrated auteur.
I need answers. Why is Return so important? What?
Alan, you always get worked up like this. Come on, I'll fix you a drink. You and me, Alan. We're in this together. Two artists collaborating, remember? Crafting the keys to our escape. Your magnum opus, Return, and its companion piece, my film. Sharing our life-altering visions, a melding of higher minds. Dreaming up our transcendental work of art. Here, in this room, 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 in this room.
I need the clicker. It's Return, but because we return.
And that is how the magic happened.
Enough of this bullshit. Alice is in danger. I need another murder site to go further. Back to Parliament Tower. Scratch is...
Your wife is safe, back in the real New York. But Scratch is reaching for her through an overlap. Return is the key to escaping the dark place. You need to get it before that freak does. There's a murder site here in the hotel. Let the waves of your writing carry you there.
Hello?
They're all yours. If anyone asks, you were never here.
This is new.
Thomas Zane had ended our talk in what felt like a paranoid fit. I had what I needed from him. There was another murder site in the hotel to guide me further toward my escape. I had to write my way to it.
There's definitely a new outcome in that scenario on New Game Plus.
An idea nagged at me. I could almost reach it.
Whispers from the police radio kept me awake at night. The word through the ether. A murder in the backdrop of a play featuring a murder cult. Huh. How meta can you get? He said, looking knowingly at the camera. I could sense the cult of the word in this, and their leader, Mr. Scratch. Rumored to be Alan Wake, the writer who'd gone missing years before.
The hotel was a perfect setting for a Casey story. I was on the right path. I would start at the entrance lobby. The entrance hall set the mood, where everyone had come in. The victim, the murderer, the detective. An idea, clear as a vision, waited for me here.
So, you were the director of this play?
Yeah, that's me. Our performance of The Cult was cursed from the pre-show ritual on. The Cult is an immersive theatrical experience.
Uh-huh. You're gonna have to walk me through what that means.
Immersive theater. A play where the audience can participate, spread across this hotel. The Cult is a legend. The only written copy of the manuscript lost, the play is passed on as oral tradition between theater companies. Each company only performs it once. The play was said to have special power. You were like kids playing with a Ouija board. And when you call for the devil, he will come.
The pre-show ritual. That's it. Set it up. Start from the beginning. The plot.
Oh my god, I hate when games do that.
The plot board was empty again. I needed a new draft, back at the beginning, but closer to my goal.
There we go, that's better. Luckily the dialogue still plays again.
Layers upon layers. A play about a murder cult, infiltrated by a real murder cult. The ballroom was where the pre-show ritual was held.
Alan Wake.
The room at the end of the corridor was closed off. It felt significant. Something terrible would happen there.
These are my words. It will go on forever. Shit! Let's go.
changing a plot element in a scene without being...
The fucking prompt was on the fucking screen when I went into it.
The troop were busy building their own Wicker Man, where they themselves would be sacrificed. The prop room had been changed from room 104 to room 225.
Nah, man, that ain't from me. That ain't me. I'm from Buffalo.
This is where they gathered before the play. This is where it began. It could not be opened on this side.
This is Dr. Casper Darling, formerly of the Federal Bureau of Control. I think the signal is coming through now. Are you receiving me? Something shifted. The previously observed interference disrupting my broadcast has gone.
fluctuation in gravitational forces. Either something moved out of the way or my relative position to it changed, but the alignment or the condition of this whole plane spiraled to a more favorable position. The ordinary rules of reality do not apply here. The best I can describe this place is a dreamscape. But who's the dreamer? And how do you wake up from this dream? I've been taking readings with the limited equipment I've been able to secure. Some riveting data accumulating. Hypotheses taking shape. My struggle with this is that the way this place works makes any hypothesis immediately come back to alter and contaminate the data. Anyway, I've been working to capture and isolate and amplify certain frequencies from the background radiation ambient noise, so let's see what happens. There. The deeper into the dark depths I got, peeling off the layers of the dark place, like the ocean zones, from twilight to midnight, to abyssal to the deepest trenches. The closer I'm going now, peeling off layers. This voice, the narration, from twilight to midnight, to abyssal to the going forever. This leads me to believe it's what's holding this place together. It's making it real. Is this the voice of the dreamer? What's strange is it sounds a little bit like my voice.
That was awesome. That's a new element for New Game Plus. I love the acknowledgement there of Dr. Casper Darling realizing that the narrator sounds like him. Of course, that was actor Matthew Peretta, who voices Alan Wake, and that's actually what he looks like. So he plays Dr. Casper Darling in both physically, and it's his face and everything, and voice. Whereas with Alan Wake, it's only his voice.
It was locked from the other side. The ballroom would be the stage of a key scene in the play.
Oh, nice. There's more. Excellent. So there's 2 more of those Dr. Darling messages. Nice.
That changed the story. And with that, the dark place changed. The cult in the play was called the Cult of the Tree. With their deer masks, they were the backwoods echo of the cult of the word's urban horror. I needed to find the key.
Why set up a play in a hotel? Why this hotel?
Because the rent is cheap? No. The ocean view was perfect for this. It's said to be haunted. Dark stories about murder, death, suicide. Supposedly, an actual cult once performed an unspeakable ritual to summon something in the ballroom. Did we summon the same thing? Tapped into something horrifying? It seemed like it was part of the play, but it wasn't. Does that sound crazy?
You don't want to ask me about crazy, kid.
A haunted hotel. Yes. That's a trope for a reason.
Alan Wake. Alan Wake.
Oh, shit. Huh, I must have actually got that one that I was trying to get before. Well, there we go. Alright, we'll increase the in the headlights one. Provides 10% chance to stun enemies on flashlight boost.
I can do this. Yes. The visions I'm seeing from the world beyond this nightmare from home. They sink down to the bottom of this ocean. I catch them. Visions, echoes, big fish. Some are actual events, some are forgotten ideas. No, it's good. No, it will work. They're my inspiration, elements for my story to make it more true, even the parts that are true. I must change reality to escape. The writing has to be just right, or else it'll all just wash away. The scene here had changed.
Wait.
Getting real, all right. I recognized my writer's room on the stage. I almost dreaded the ideas this would conjure up.
Words of stuff. Alright, so we've already gotten expands Alan's inventory by 1 row. Now we can either get the tourist map, marks all nearby resources and points of interest on Wake's map, or we can get add one charge to Alan's flashlight. We'll grab this one.
What was a nice set you got here? What was the scene in this room?
Well, this is what we call the writer's room. In the play, it's where the devil rewrites reality whilst God is asleep. The devil was our star role. I got a big-time celebrity to play him, and he was method acting the role to perfection. He never broke character, always wore the cult mask. His name was scratched out on the posters.
Mm-hmm. And who was this mystery celebrity? Let me guess. Alan Wake?
I wish I could tell you. But turns out there were masks upon masks. Whoever he really was, shit got weird when he was around. Some of the crew joked that we'd actually hired the devil to play himself.
Mr. Scratch is the devil. He was born to play the role.
I had to agree with Casey on that.
Ah yes, this becomes the fuck you room. On normal mode. I mean, hard mode. I mean, actually normal mode, but this is actually hard mode, really. If you look at how things work on this mode, it's difficulty.
The light kept the darkness at bay. Safety.
Shit!
Hey, Foxy, thank you so very much for the 4 months in a row. That's awesome. Thank you very, very much. Muchly appreciated. And good morning to you as well. I hope you're off to a good morning so far. Thanks for joining. And thanks again for the 4 months in a row. That's excellent. Thank you so very much. We're in the New Game Plus part of the playthrough now. So this particular part, we're playing as Alan again, and in this hotel, this annoying hotel. I'm playing it on normal mode now for this New Game Plus. But how's things going? Hope it's going well.
This was not the ritual murder site I was looking for. This had just been an appetizer before the main course.
Foxy, no need to thank me. You're very welcome. Early start, you want to go back to bed where it's warm. Oh, I definitely don't blame you there. That's for sure. It's like, yep. Want to go back into the warm, not be out in the cold.
The devil's path of the staircase was direct. I felt the presence of a new idea here.
Foxy, why does Alan Wake look like John Wick? You haven't seen much of this game. Would you say it's better than the first one? Well, the first one is a very special game to me. And it's one of those situations where, as good as this sequel is, there's just something about the first one that I'll always cherish. And so I'd probably have to say from that perspective that I still think the first one's better. But having said that, though, it's amazing what they've done with this sequel and the way that they've written the story and the way that they've expanded so much stuff, added so many things that also play into the idea of someone writing a story and all that kind of stuff, that they've really done a great job with that. So I would definitely say that I'm very happy with the sequel. There are some annoying things about it, but that's mainly on normal mode and to do with certain small things like if you have to reload your torch, you don't get to choose when you reload it. Beyond, well, I have to reword it. You can choose when you want to reload your battery for your torch, but only when you still have charges left. But when you have no charge left in the battery, the game will automatically reload, and when you're reloading, you can't exit out of the animation by aiming your weapon and shooting. So if an enemy just so happens to time it right to actually get to you while you're actually reloading the flashlight, you can't defend yourself until the animation's finished. But by that point, you've already been hit, and depending on how much health you have left, you might be brought down to low health. The game also has trouble keeping up with your button presses when you're aiming and shooting quickly. Like you'll reload the flashlight, and then once it's finished, you'll aim and then shoot, but the character will fumble the gun, and it won't actually shoot, and so that puts you off balance, and then you have to hold the button, and it's just, yeah. So there's some things about the game that are just frustrating, but it's mainly just in those sorts of situations.
Mr. Scratch, if that's who the actor playing the devil was, had stayed in the hotel. asking around at reception and got me a room number. 666. He had requested that room, specifically. The devil had a sense of humor. Or he really didn't. It was funny either way. According to the director, the actor hadn't mingled with the rest of the cast. He had only come out for the play. And always in character.
Oh yeah, Foxy, that's no trouble at all. They also added ability points to put into certain things as well. And some of those things are stuff that you would expect to already be able to do, but because they've got them as skills, it means that when you try and do them without the skill, you basically have a very, very weak version of that. So for example, the flare, it's not very powerful as is when you get it. And the only reason it isn't is because they want you to get the upgrade to increase the spread or how long it goes for, you know, and all that kind of stuff.
Scratch had been there. I could sense his presence lingering in the room. I was about to have another killer idea.
Let's talk about the murder victim. The lady who was killed in the climax of the play.
The leading lady. Oh, it was an honor to get to work with her. A grand dame for sure. She went back a long time. Kept insisting she had seen the long-lost original script of the play. She'd been with this mysterious writer, his muse. That was her role in the play. The muse.
She was staying in room 108, where the murder happened.
The set of the final scene, right. The devil comes, an unstoppable force crashing through the hotel through each scene, executed with devastating mastery. And all leading up to him meeting his muse. It turns out he knew her. He had only joined the play to get to her.
To murder her.
Not you again. I made it.
The dark presence had come for me. Drawn to the story I was writing as it grew darker. Who uses the murder victim? The final scene took place in room 108. this was the murder site. There was a record at the bottom of the bathtub, beneath the body. Somehow it was important. Another step. Somehow I was closer to home. Closer than ever before. It's you again. The FBI agent. Saga Anderson. I'm closer now. I can feel it. You helped me get closer to escaping.
Wake. Are we still trapped? We have the clicker. We can feel it.
You know about the clicker. It can help us. I destroyed the dark presence with it last time. You can help. You can find it. You must find it.
I can get it to you. I have to understand. Did you write the story?
Alice is in danger. I have to stop Scratch. I have to find Return. I need to get back to my apartment. I'm writing a story to get through. Initiation. It's the only way.
The story. You can do that. You can write out.
It lasted only for a moment, like two planets passing in orbit. Saga Anderson was helping me go deeper, closer to escape. Somehow, I had to trust her. Parliament Tower. I had to get back to my apartment, my study. I had to find the manuscript of Return. Parliament Tower was here, again. Zane said the manuscript of Return was the key to escaping. I had to get it before Scratch did.
Go to hell!
Alice had turned the bathroom into a dark room. I needed to get inside the manuscript.
For months after Ellen died, I didn't leave the apartment.
I just want to play those in order on the other screen.
Alice's work had consumed the apartment. Her whole life.
Alright, now I want to play them all. I'm going to replay the first one, which I let play this time around on the big projected screen version, but I didn't do a recap of it yet. So because we've got the other parts now, I'll play them all in order from the first one.
When I was younger, photography was everything to me. I moved to New York thinking I'd make it as an artist. And then I met Alan. We had a good thing. We were both dedicated by our creative ambitions. The only difference was that Alan's work made money. He brought me work when he could. I took his promo shots, created covers for his books. I'm sure he forced his publisher into it. I was taking photos, just not my photos. And that gnawed at me. Things got complicated sometimes, but that's life, right? We loved each other. Then Alan hit a block. I brought out a meaner side of him. One I didn't like. I set up a trip to see a doctor in Washington. I didn't tell him until we got there. We argued. Things went wrong. And he was just gone. Drowned, allegedly. It's easy for people to think it was my fault. Hell, I do, too, sometimes. About 6 years ago, I started hearing noises in the night. Typewriter keys clacking. Voices. Alan was back. Haunting me. Then it got violent. It was Alan. And yet, it was a monster. He always did have anger in him. I set up cameras around the apartment with motion sensors and flashes. Now, when the monster comes, I turn it into art. My nightmares caught on film. And this is the focus of my new exhibition. To show people the world is so much darker than they ever knew. I'm calling this exhibit The Dark Place. For months after Ellen died, I didn't leave the apartment. I was flattened by the confusion, the shock, the guilt, fear. I could barely get out of bed. Barry Wheeler started visiting. He even cooked me meals. I couldn't stand the guy when I first met him, but he's a better friend than I gave him credit for. And he still checks in. Even after he moved out west. One morning, I saw a deer soar past my bedroom window. It was a balloon of some cartoon animal. And I looked out at the street below, and I saw a little girl crying. Like losing that balloon had just ended her whole world. It was the perfect image of the horror of caring. And that's when I got myself out of bed. And I picked up my camera. There was something in the dark. Something I needed to see, to show. The more shadows I photographed and filmed, the more I felt like I was on the verge of a breakthrough. I submerged myself in it. I only went out at night. My search became obsessive, but I still had no idea what I was looking for. There's a world hidden behind ours. A dark tide ebbing and flowing against reality. Faces in the shadows. Fear of the dark is really just fear of what could be, that vast, paralyzing ocean. But photography can freeze reality in a snapshot, put a cage around the infinite and capture it. I need to prove those faces are really there.
They're all the Alice documentaries video, one after the other. Although there are two more as well. Hey there, Ben Darren. Nice use of the emote there. The light bulb. Very, very good. How's things? Welcome on in.
The full manuscript of a novel. Return. A horror story about the dark presence escaping from the dark place, taking over Bright Falls. I couldn't remember writing it. I had not written it. I would never write this. I knew who had. Scratch. A monster with my face. If this story came true, Scratch would get out, people would die. Destroying the manuscript, it wouldn't stop it from happening. I would have to fix it, edit it. I could not change the genre of the story. I'd have to work within the constraints set by Scratch. I needed someone in the story to fight the darkness. Saga Anderson. I kept seeing her in my visions. She was already in Bright Falls, already involved, but she was not in Return. Not yet. I'd write her in. Try to stop Scratch within the limits of the horror story. It was almost impossible. It was taking too long. I had not reached the end. Scratch stopped me before I could finish my edits to the manuscript. The memory of my edits was already fading. Terrible things would happen if the manuscript came true. Scratch was there, at Parliament Tower, undoing my work. He could use the story to escape. He could go after Alice.
Darren, thanks. Snowed in here today. Got to the grocery store and back in the nick of time. Probably coming 10 centimeters in an hour or two here now. Roads are going to be clogged. Damn. Yeah, I mean, that's good that you're able to get out and get some supplies and things as well. Because, yeah, you don't want to be stuck without supplies and things like that. But, yeah, so in an hour or two. Well, I hope it doesn't end up being, too hectic and everything. But yeah, if the roads are going to be clogged, that's going to be a lot of snow to get rid of as well. So do they forecast it for just a day, or do they forecast it for more?
I needed a new draft of the story. One that would get me ahead of Scratch. Zane had said we worked on Return together. That was a lie. Scratch wrote Return. I would pay Zane another visit. He had guided me to 2 murder sites. I needed a new one to get back to Parliament Tower. A new draft of Initiation.
But Darren, it's going to be like this on and off during the entire week. Oh wow, so more snow incoming as well. You live in south of Sweden, and you're not so prepared for this as up north. So slower response to plough roads and such here, and people are not used to driving in snow, etc. So it becomes chaos down here with the snow. Oh, that definitely sounds like it would be a madhouse to have to deal with. You gotta love the weather, don't you? You know, the kinds of things that it likes to throw at us that we have to try and work around or, get through.
I don't have time for this, so let's get over with. Tell me, was this all fake? A show?
No one said otherwise, Mr. Wake. It was to indulge you, but we can stop pretending now.
Masks come off.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I don't even think you know who's under your mask, but you know how to make things difficult for yourself. All these rules, endless, convoluted loops you insist on going through. You are so lucky, you know. There are so many people helping you. Armies of people. Myself. Your wife.
Alice. I need to get to her. She's in danger.
She is. Because of you.
And so is someone important to me, someone you pulled into this. You keep opening doors, peeking in, reaching through to get what you want, and that puts you in my path.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have to go now.
Maybe you will make it through this time. This has gone on long enough. This and our Night Springs. It was a nice distraction.
It's time someone gave me a straight answer here.
The next time we meet, the circumstances will be very different. And you would do well to return the favor by playing your part. Or stay out of my way, Mr. Wake.
Whatever you say.
Door, Zane, the masks were finally coming off. Was it a sign I was closer to escaping? I had no time to waste.
But Darren, at least you don't have lava running in the streets like on Iceland. Oh, yeah. Like, talk about, one extreme to the other. Hello there, Code. The need of extra blankets, water, and food that do not need heating is the first minimum step up here. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Having supplies and resources that you need in those sorts of situations, because you just don't know how long something's going to last for. I mean, they can say, yeah, it's going to last for a few days, but what is a few days? It could be 2, 3, 4, It's interesting what Mr. Wallen-Dorr said about, it was a nice distraction, this and our Night Springs. There's actually a live-action television series. Well, I always keep saying television series, but it's just because, well, series were referred to as television series for so long because obviously they were mainly on television. They weren't actually something on internet and all that kind of stuff. But there's a live-action series of Alan Wake that's actually in development, and it's going to be on AMC in America. I don't know about other countries, which countries and which channels in those countries actually carry AMC stuff, but they're behind The Walking Dead and stuff like that. And in this game, there's a tease for Night Springs, a new season of it. So I wouldn't actually be surprised if this live-action series that they're working on isn't strictly going to be called Alan Wake. I would not be surprised if it was actually called Night Springs. And I think if it is, that's going to be fucking awesome, because they can do so much with that. But we'll have to wait and see, because nothing has been revealed about it in terms of like any visuals or any story details. But I dare say with the success of this game, there'll be even more interest for more Alan Wake stuff, especially for people who are only being introduced to the character with the sequel. And you don't have to have played Alan Wake 1 necessarily, but it definitely really helps. Imagine you don't watch the first episode of a TV... Here I go again. Imagine you don't watch the first episode of a series, and that series, that first episode actually ended on a cliffhanger. Well, you might still be able to piece together stuff in the second episode, but you'd be better off seeing the first episode so you know the context and what led up to it. So that's definitely the case with Alan Wake 1 and 2. I would definitely recommend people play Alan Wake 1 and then 2 if you haven't played any of them. But if you've already played Alan Wake 2, then playing Alan Wake 1, in that sense, from that perspective, it'll be a bit like a prequel. How a prequel operates, or should operate, when they do those. Where it should be the story before the first one. Not the story before, but will do things that make it not make sense with the first episode, or first movie, or whatever the case may be. It's the same with Control, but even more so. Like I'd say with Control, it's even more a thing where you don't have to have played Control to play Alan Wake 1 or 2. You can play those and then Control. And if you play Control, then there'll be a lot of stuff in that which is related to Alan Wake that you'll appreciate if you like Alan Wake, and all that kind of stuff. So there's multiple perspectives and there's multiple points at which people could come into the series. And that's the thing about the narrative with these games, is that they work really well because they're playing with the actual mechanics of how stories are actually told in real life, and that creates so many different layers upon layers upon layers of things that you can do. And the Alan Wake games and Control as well, they do such a great job at doing that. And I'm very much looking forward not only to another Control 2, so I'm not only just looking forward to Control 2, but I'm also looking forward to what other things that they cook up, because the potentials are endless. I mean, number one, you have a character who is writing stories, and he's been in the dark place for so long, who knows how many stories he's forgotten in the years, and so that could be its own new game. And then you could have something else, like you could do a sort of like a sci-fi action-y sort of like story that takes place above Night Springs or something, so there's so much stuff that you could do with different things as well. So I'd be very curious to see what Remedy does with future games that they make, which they can do different genres and then tie it back to Alan Wake and set it in the same universe. Hello, Keone. Welcome on in. I hope it's going well. And Anasune, welcome on in too. Hope it's going good. Ben Darren, you think in Alan Wake 1, didn't Alan actually write some of the scripts for the episodes in the lore? Maybe you remember wrong. No, he definitely did, Ben Darren. Yeah, he wrote quite a few episodes of Night Springs, and it was one of his earliest writing assignments that he got paid for, I think, as well. Although maybe not, because I guess, yeah, because he also had a short story that he wrote as well. But yeah, that'd be awesome too, if you have moments of Alan actually writing those scripts in the series that they're doing. Code today, 8 to 15 centimeters of snow coming and keeping on coming apparently, plus minus 22 outside. Definitely sounds like you're in for a lot of cold and snow then, Code. I understand they went to buy a game, but it said it's unavailable. So you clicked on Find Out More, and there it said, you cannot purchase this product because you do not own the following items. And then it said the game's name. So it was just like, you can't buy this game because you don't own this game. What a loop to be stuck in. That is ridiculous, Anasune. I hate when things like that happen.
Wake. Alan Wake. Alan.
Hurry, Tom. Wake. Here is the light at the end of the tunnel.
Jumalauta, that held you close, Tom. Mutta go onward, set the granny in the snow. When the panic is biggest, the help is also near.
Door didn't seem happy to see me this time.
Fearing the master is the root of wisdom. But don't let the game get you down. He's playing his role. Maybe put him in your films, Tom. Like you have put me. Herkele, sehän olisikin.
What films?
I'm a fan of your masterworks. There is Tom the Poet, my favorite, and Yötön Yö is the most famous one, of course. And is it true what I hear, that it's coming back to cinemas soon? Is there a bottom to this rumor?
I need to get back to my apartment. Can you help me?
Well, plan is half done. You asked me to make sure you won't forget mikä se valokuva oli? The light pictures. The photos your artist wife took. They are waiting in the shoebox in the basement. What you leave behind, you find in front of you.
Okay. Thanks, Adi.
Now, if there ever was a Remedy game that they could make,
I'm looking forward to seeing Yötön Yö in the cinema. But first, I work. And the work won't end even when you do it, perkele. Ei siinä. One potato at a time. Just remember, Tom, the brave will eat the pea soup.
a game where you play as Artie it would be amazing. I'd love it too because he says so many great sayings. I can't remember the exact wording, but there was one where he talked about piss in the sock, and I was just like, what the fuck? Honestly, it turned out it was one of two versions, but still weird. Yeah, I mean, did they make it apparent, like, easily that they were two versions, or did it just be, a bit confusing? Searching on the store was a pain too, because to spell, say, Tomb Raider, you have to scroll down to T and then O, and then M and then T, then scroll up to space and so on. When things are overly complicated when they don't need to be, that's definitely a source of frustration.
To get to Parliament Tower, I needed to find a murder site. Zane would know where to find one.
Chosen to pursue the cult, or had they chosen me for some unknowable purpose? To be a demon, to sort the clues based on my interpretation, to change that which I observed. It was all a play. Shadows on the wall of the cave, an echo of the true events that happened somewhere else. Was I there to watch the shadows, or was I a shadow too? In a performance set up for someone else?
Honestly, they both had the exact same name. The only way to tell the difference might have been to read the description, but that's just a guess. So even that could have been the same. Oh yeah, like that, even if they just even if they just show a different like image on it, you know what I mean? Like have a variation and actually have text that says the difference. But could you imagine having to search for the Dark Pictures anthology that way? Oh yeah. Yeah, that would be annoying too, as well. I mean, the good thing about Dark Pictures though is that each one has a unique title. So it's not just Dark Pictures 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5. So you got different names: Man of Medan, and Little Hope, House of Ashes, The Devil in Me.
Zane's room 665 was upstairs. The elevator would take me there.
Is coming.
All right. This will save time.
To get to Parliament
Honestly,
Tower,
yeah, no, you'd hate to type all that by scrolling to a letter, going back to the top, and scrolling down again. Oh yeah. Be ridiculous.
My eyes couldn't follow it.
You can't take the words.
Talk about annoyance.
Zane's room 665 was upstairs. The elevator would take me there.
This is why I wanted to reload, because the elevator was so far back from where I ended up that instead of trying to fight through the enemies and waste ammo and light sources and all that kind of stuff.
Something told me Zane wouldn't be happy to see me this time.
Code Allen needs a flashlight with some laser quality LEDs and lances and brightness like miniature sun. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they've nerfed the torch in this game and the flares and the flare gun because they added skill points to increase certain things about those things. So that can lead to frustration because you're like, here's a flare gun. And then they're taking a like, meh, and then they just keep after you.
I'm in control now. The second you try anything, I will shoot you in the head. Scratch wrote return, not me. You're a fucking liar.
You'd given up. You stopped writing. You said it was too dangerous, that we didn't deserve to get out. And then he showed up. Scratch. He promised to write. To get me the hell out of here. He was magnificent. A visionary. I mean, it was art. But then, when he finished, he took return and left me behind.
It's still here, and so is he.
I know I fucked up. But you can still catch him before he gets out, before he gets to your wife. When you get to him, don't hesitate. Kill the bastard for what he did to us. There's a murder site in my cinema where my film Nightless Night is playing.
I told you not to try anything!
Oh, mercy. Thousands have gone missing, beyond the labyrinth of me. When you're lost in your own company. And cut! Oh. Now that is drama.
The fuck? I had a million questions about Zane, but I had more pressing concerns.
Zane. I just love the spiral of kind of like, it's like a slinky. Well, not really like a slinky, I guess, but I don't know. I don't know what analogy to use, but okay. So imagine that you're experiencing an event that is so real that you don't know that you're actually a character in a story. But it's not just that you're a character in the story, but the person who is the character in the story is actually a filmmaker, but the filmmaker is also in another story that someone else has written. There's so many different, extensions of what is, and all these twists and turns and things like that. And so Thomas Zane in Alan Wake 1 is just a character that is being played by someone who looks like Alan. And he's a director and an actor as well, making stories. And Tom the Poet and the whole thing about Baba Yaga and all that kind of stuff was all a story within a movie. And there's just so many different layers that you can do with stuff like that. So it's quite ingenious, the storytelling that has been done. Code, now your enemies are using Sunblock 75 by default. Exactly. Or they have torches of their own that actually weaken your torch.
I had to find the movie theater Poet Cinema. The next murder site was there. Zane had created the film in tandem with Return to escape the dark place.
The film in tandem with Return. That makes me think of the novel 2001: A Space Odyssey. Arthur C. Clarke, who wrote the novel, was writing the novel at the same time that Stanley Kubrick was writing the script for the film adaptation of the novel. So they were both writing different versions of the same story in tandem, one being the source material and then the other being the movie. Or is the movie also the source material? I don't know if what Alan said there is supposed to be a whole reference to that or not, but it's what came into my mind. No, sorry. Wrong game. This is Alan's Sleep. You're in the wrong universe, Taken.
I could see the searchlight beams of the movie theater on the far side of the plaza. The cinema lobby was a gateway to other realities on the silver screen. I could set a scene here.
I felt like I'd been on this case looking for the cult of the word for a lifetime or more. The only case I'd ever been on. They would surface from the dark with their depraved acts of violence and fade back into the night, leaving behind bloody crime scenes and clues heavy with obscure meanings that led nowhere. Arriving at the cinema, I felt a monumental, terrifying revelation trembling before me, ready to open its jaws and swallow me whole.
This place had significance to the cult. There was something to use there.
I wonder this time if I can actually trigger the short movie that you can see. Because it'd be good to actually do that. Because it's really cool. I think it goes for about 20 minutes as well.
Did I stop writing at some point? I can't stop. There's too much at stake.
I see it now. The question. How do you run from an idea, from a thought, from a story that lives in your head? You can't escape your fears. You carry your monsters with you. The devil or the pack, it's in you. You're running right back to it. A loop. I have to stop. Stop running. Stop writing. I won't write another word. It's too dangerous. Only horror comes out of it. People get hurt. I will let the currents of this ocean wash me away. But what if I forget why I stopped? What if I forget I stopped at all? That is fucked up. If that happens, I'll start writing again.
Oh, cool. All right. So I didn't notice that we unlocked this, but we unlocked another Dr. Darling message. This only appears in New Game Plus mode.
Time as a mere construct does not apply to this place. I mean, is it because I never truly believed that was time's true nature and this place is reacting to my thoughts, or some other more fundamental reason? I don't know. That said, to the best of my calculations, subjectively, this is my day 665. It's a long time. I have explored every conceivable avenue of research, exhausted every scientific method of investigation I know, it's all dead ends. And I feel like I need something else. Something else entirely. Some mad, creative mindset to help me. I'm not a scientist, an artist. This is a place for an artist. Oh. you doing?
Hello. Darling, Dr. Casper Darling, it is so good to meet you.
Well, hello, darling. I'm Tom. Tom Zane.
Have we met? You look familiar.
Well, you sound familiar. Hold on. You work out a lot, don't you? I mean, look at you. You're swole.
Well, I am active. You wouldn't happen to know a way out of here, would you?
A drink?
Oh, cheers.
Keep it. You know what? You and I, we should join forces. Come up with a plan for escape. Art and science combine to form an unstoppable force.
Yes. 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 We have to start to methodically test and eliminate various works of art within bounds. Why did we
Nice. I love these references. Oh, man. You look familiar. You sound familiar. Says the actor who does the voice of Alan Wake to the physical actor who plays Alan Wake, saying it to the voice of Alan Wake. I just love it.
The main event was the murder. I had to find my way to it. The first step toward the murder site. I was making progress. Someone had barricaded themselves in the room. The story was affecting the scene.
Good to talk. It would do you a lot of good to talk, buddy.
It was an initiation ceremony. Or so we made our new members believe. Two of New York's finest. They had performed endless favors to earn their place among us. We had something special waiting for them. And something very special for you, Alex Casey.
Who's your leader? Alan Wake? Scratch? Zane? Give me a name!
You will meet him soon enough.
There was no end to the corruption. It fit the genre, so I'd use it.
I love it. Zane, give me a name. Whoops. I meant to keep it as the New York's finest scene.
was missing something.
Litterers, geez, I don't know. Throwing all the popcorn everywhere.
The urban legends circling Thomas Zane were a bottomless rabbit hole. I'd done some digging. To film freaks, he was a mythic auteur in the art house cinema. A rising star coming to America from Finland. But he only created one film, Tom the Poet, before he went missing, mirroring the vanishing of the main character in the movie, played by himself. The biggest mystery was around his lost film, an early work made in Finland, Nightless Night, rumored to have mystic properties. Some claimed it was a snuff film, that the ritual murder in the film was an actual murder. There were no known surviving copies, but the cult chased it as if it were their unholy grail, just like Wake's books were.
The scene here had changed. The cops had gotten their 15 minutes of fame with the cult, and it had been a scream. They were the murder victims. I had to find a way into the projection booth somehow.
Well, if Palpatine can somehow find a way to come back, you can somehow find a way to get into the booth.
Look at you, following your master into La La Land. A sad bunch of clowns in funny masks and hoods, pretending to be a secret society.
Maybe it is you who's playing a role, Mr. Casey. A role carefully laid out for you. A puppet blindly performing the ritual steps for the glory of the cult. Huh?
What the fuck have you been smoking?
Nightless Night. A clip of the lost film survived. You will see, Mr. Casey. In the Nightless Night, you will finally see.
Nightless Night was Zane's film. It played a role in this story.
Ah, maybe I didn't trigger it last time because I didn't do this. Because I didn't get this echo. Oh no, maybe it's not. Because when I read up about it, once you finish this chapter, then you can actually activate it. In my first playthrough in October last year, I managed to activate it, but I didn't even expect it was a thing, so I didn't keep in my mind what I did to actually make it trigger, you know. At the start of this playthrough, when I started the game from scratch, when I got up to this point, I couldn't get it to actually activate even after finishing the chapter. But in the new Game Plus part of this playthrough, I want to try. Mind taken? I'm trying to watch a movie here. Jeez.
Zane was in the clip holding my lamp. Was he playing me as well? Zane's lamp on the screen had no light. The light of the lamp shone out of the screen and revealed the door. I'm lost.
Awake.
I was back out into the night. The seedy alley away from prying eyes was a good scene for dark deeds. should use the plot board to keep building the story. The police car felt important to the story.
You don't think they're gonna want us to, like, cut off a finger or something for this initiation, do you?
Nah, I'm sure we'll just chant some ceremonial stuff. Nothing to it.
Well, it's about time. We paid our dues, made plenty of their problems disappear, dumped all those nobodies down that chute.
What we did or didn't do, it's all behind us now. We're going straight to the top, partner.
Yep, like we died and went to heaven.
I knew I was making progress. I had to keep going. Straight to the top. The dirty cops looked down on the city. Their city. They had committed repulsive deeds to get there. They told themselves it was worth it.
How's the memory doing?
Sorry, who are you? Kidding. Good to see you, Tim.
You had me going.
Cozy place you got here.
You know, your disappearance from Bright Falls is still the only thing that folks talk about. Well, that and Deerfest. Is this where you ended up back in 2010?
You know about that?
I am the sheriff of Bright Falls. Or I was.
So Deerfest is still a thing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's bigger than ever. You know, I got zapped here right before it was about to happen.
Funny, me too. Are you related to Sarah Breaker? She was the sheriff of Bright Falls back in 2010.
Yeah, she's my cousin. I had a police sketch made of Door based on my dreams. I sent it around and Sarah recognized the face from an old case file from the 80s. I moved out there to look into it and became sheriff after she left to join the feds.
What was in the case file about Door?
Not a lot of details in it. A local man named Warland Door went missing near Cauldron Lake. Eyewitnesses claim he was struck by a bolt of lightning and just vanished. I never found any official records of a Warland Door living in town or anywhere. Another dead end.
Dead end, 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 dead end.
Someone had fallen to their death from the rooftop.
Don't you fucking move, or I'll blow you away.
You got me, Mr. Casey. I'm all yours. Go ahead. Ask that burning question in your mind.
How did you do it? How did you get me into that film clip without my remembering it? Talk to me, damn it!
You've seen the film? Good, good. Now you're ready to meet the Grandmaster. He's waiting for you in the projection booth where everything will be revealed, where he will project a new reality onto this one. And now, Mr. Casey, I've played my part to the end.
No! Crazy bastard! Why'd he jump?
The projection booth. Was that where I find the murder site?
Hello there, Oz Jim. Good evening to you, dude. You're on your laptop tonight giving the Xbox a spell? Oh, that's a good idea. That's the way to do it. How's things going? Oh, Jim, not good. Lost a friend yesterday. Suicide. He caught his girlfriend cheating. Oh, no, Jim. I'm really sorry to hear that you lost your friend. That really, really does, bring a lot of, things to mind. And, it's not... Life isn't easy for anyone. We all have our moments where things can go smoothly and all that. We can also have things that really get us down, and sorry for your loss, Jim. That's not something that people want to have wished upon them, or others as well. Really? So he was just 30. Wow, yeah. That's still young.
In the city trapped, I turn right and watch the film where the night never ends, where the night hides.
Any time now, Alan. You can ignite the flare when I press the button. I don't know what the game was making Alan do, but he certainly wasn't doing what he was supposed to based on the fact I pressed the button to use the flare. See, flare gun does absolutely fuck all in this sequel. Absolutely fuck all. May as well piss on him for all the good it does. Just fucking kill me. Get over and done with. Whatever. I see, Jim. So his mother had already passed, yeah.
The plot changed the details of the world. I couldn't add a new element from here. I'd have to go to the scene.
But we're already in the scene. Whatever game. What the fuck's going on?
I had to be at the scene.
What is this fucking glitch? Hurry the fuck up. Oh, never fucking mind. Jesus Christ. I don't know why I thought the one that I had to interact with was there. No wonder why it wasn't working. For some reason I thought that was the scene. I wasn't looking at the writing.
Myself in a maze of film equipment. There had to be a way to the projection booth from here. I wasn't alone.
I'm here, you son of a bitch. Show yourself. The grand master of my ass. You're a clown in a mask.
I assume the smartass said he would leave you his car. You got a matchbox car of his Valiant Charger. Oh, yeah.
I was back where I started. A loop within a loop. I had to keep going.
I'm here, you son of a bitch. Show yourself. Who was that? Who said that? The grand master of my ass. You're a clown in a mask. I'm not the one wearing a mask here, you moron.
The Casey in the story was losing it. I wasn't far behind. I was back at the beginning again. I had to keep going. Find a way to the murder site.
Show yourself. Who was that? Who said that? That's a real clever trick, asshole. You can run, but you can't hide. The grand master of my ass. You're a clown in a mask. I'm not the one wearing a mask here, you moron. Why don't you come here and stand in my face, buddy? You'll see yourself, moron.
I'm feeling awful. What is this feeling? I died. Did I die? eat my mind. You are not making sense, man. Fuck. Alright, get it together, man. Return. I was writing. Return. Something went wrong. I've written it so many times and it always fails. It fails. I'm doing something wrong. I forget. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Am I wrong somehow? Am I missing something? Skipping over some vital beat? All right, I have to write. Sure, of course. I mean, that's a given. That's a given. I wrote departure. That worked. That worked fine. Maybe there's a missing step before return. What's between departure and return? The tasks, the challenge, the lesson, initiation. Yeah, I haven't written that. To master this place, to set things up. Can't go to return before initiation. That's right. That feels right. Initiation. I have to write initiation.
Initiation. That is also the title for this part of the playthrough that I gave this part of the playthrough. I can't remember now what I was originally going to make it. I think I was going to call it The Clicker, but when I thought about it, I'm definitely not going to be finishing this game in this stream, so there's still quite a lot of stuff left. And then I thought, because I'm going to be focusing on doing Alan stuff in this stream, then it'd probably be good to call the part The Initiation, because that's basically the name of the Alan Wake part of the story. And each chapter, of course, in The Initiation has different names. But I wanted to make it so that the next stream, which might not even end up being the last the last stream, I don't know, just have to wait and see. But I was looking at calling that The Return, because that's what the Saga Anderson part of the story is called, with different chapters with other names as well. So we'll just see how it all lands. But in any case, even if the last stream is called that, it's neither here nor there. I just wanted to do something different this year for the channel, because normally I'm very formal with the titles of the streams. So I wanted to change it up a little bit. I mean, it still is formal, which I still wanted to keep, but I wanted to change it up a bit. So every single stream that I do, even if it ends up being a game where I'm just doing one stream to finish it, like as in playing the game from start to finish in one stream, I still want to call it something, just to be different. And the thing about it is, I can take anything, like can take sort of like a quote from the game and have that as the name of the title, like for the part, or have it be like a concept or something. If I know the game well enough, I can sort of like anticipate what kind of story content will be in the stream, so I can come up with a name for that part which is very fitting for whatever's happening in the story. And doing that kind of thing, like, it does take a little bit of effort, because sometimes you go, that's not really going to cut it as a part title. But the other thing is too, because there's so many games that I replay multiple times throughout a year, it means that I'm still going to have to come up with, I still want to come up with different part names, because I don't want people to be searching for an Alan Wake playthrough, for example, and be going, hang on, there's two videos called The Initiation. Which one is part of which playthrough? So that's going to be interesting when we get to replaying a lot of games that I do multiple playthroughs of, coming up with different things for each part. But again, as I said, you can take, I can look at quotes from a game, think about what's happening in the story, where I'm up to, and all that kind of stuff. Jim, so what you been up to, Rod? Well, nothing too exciting, to be honest, but been having a good week though. And this weather though, I definitely prefer it when it's colder.
I was back at the beginning again. I had to keep going, find a way to the murder site.
Casey? Who's there? Look, you got the wrong guy. I'm not Alex Casey. I only play him in the movies. He's just a fictional character.
What's going on here?
You don't have to kill me. You don't have to go get that knife and stab me. You can just give up and go back. Forget about the ritual sacrifice to open the way forward.
The ritual sacrifice to open the way?
No. Don't do it. You don't have to become a monster. Just leave the knife where it is, in the back, and go.
A knife in the back? Everything about this was absurd. Our dialogue forced and ridiculous. In desperate need of another pass. But I'd play along to see where it took me.
Let's forget about the knife. Don't go looking for the knife. There is no knife.
It's so funny. There's just, oh man. Like, there's so many things with storytelling that gets done in the Remedy games. It's very, very kind of like epic when you think about it. There's so many different things going on. So, in some stories, there's these bits of dialogue where it's very on the nose, you know? Like, for example, in a movie or a story where a character...
Don't go looking for the knife. There is no knife.
Like, a character will enter a room and their friend will be like, "Hey, Barry, it's good to see you, especially after that event that happened 20 years ago when you slipped and fell and cracked your head, and then there was a volcano that erupted in, you know, in Australia. You remember that, don't you?" It's like, "Yeah, Bob, I remember the time that you went to the toilet and it actually flooded over." You know, like...
Let's forget about the knife.
If you want your audience to know that something happened in the past, you would do that in a scene where they're getting drinks and they're, you know, reminiscing about stuff, and then you show in flashback what they're doing. You know, that's a better way to convey to the audience, you know, some event that's happened in the character's life. So this whole thing here where the actor playing Alex Casey, the physical actor, is Sam Lake, who is the writer, of course, of Alan Wake, and it's a mirroring of the fact that you have Ilka Villi playing the physical version of Alan, and you have Matthew Peretta doing the voice of Alan. And so Alex Casey is a character that Alan has written with the voice of James McCaffrey, but the actor in the universe who plays Alex Casey is Sam Lake, and here he is in the chair and telling Alan what he needs to do to progress the story forward, and doing a commentary with the character that about the fact of how absurd it is. It's like, please don't stab me with that knife, that if you just go in there and you look in that part, you'll find. Please don't go and do the things that I just told you to do to get the knife, because you need to get the knife to progress the story.
The knife.
Yeah, Ozjim, it definitely isn't. I can't function 100% properly when it's hot. Code just lovely. Plus 24.5 Celsius. Outside polar opposite and going colder and still snowing. Still going. It's still snowing and still going.
Oh no. Oh no, you don't. You'll be sorry.
What the fuck? I was getting close.
Welcome, Alex Casey. You've done well. You've played your role perfectly.
Everything
Out of your mouth is a damn lie. The only place any of this makes any sense is in your psychotic brain.
As a fictional character in a story, you've fulfilled your purpose. You brought the writer of the story here. You can go now, Casey.
No, I'm not going anywhere before I get some answers. How was I in that movie? Why does all this feel so familiar? What? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck am I? No!
And welcome to you, Alan Wake.
What the hell?
This is the ritual to lead you on. We're just one step away from your final destination, Mr. Wake. But first, here's an unanswered mystery for you. If Casey was fictional, and you assumed his role as a detective, are you now fictional too? Whose story are you living, Mr. Wake?
The visions were getting under my skin, coming too close for comfort. Not a separate layer, but mingling with my own reality in the dark place.
Oh yeah, Jim. Absolutely.
Wait. Dead end. This can't be right. Did I miss something? A murder site. The mask was the key. This is how I could help her.
Saga Anderson, listen. I've been tricked. Scratch wrote returned. I tried to fix the story, but he stopped me before I reached the end. He has it now. It's the key to escape.
What do you mean, escape? You're with Scratch.
I need to stop him. I need to stop him before he gets out. He's after Alice. I'm still trapped, but I'm making progress. I wrote you in to be the story's hero. Scratch made a horror story. I need to match the genre. It has to be dark, but the hero can break through, save her family, save us all.
Save her family? Are you talking about my family?
Yes. Whatever you're doing, it's working. You just need to keep going.
We found family in the horror story.
I was closer now. Closer than ever before. But there was no time to lose. Everything was hanging in the balance. I could still lose it all. Parliament Tower. I had to make it work this time. I could stop Scratch, get the manuscript, fix its ending.
"28 degrees, Jim. Yeah. I would definitely prefer if it was lower than that. It's annoying when it gets into like the high 30s.
I was traveling deeper into the dark place. The poem on the wall was growing at the same pace, dogging my footsteps, like my unwanted shadow moving in the corner of my eye. It wasn't my writing. I didn't know what it was. A terrible prophecy, a curse, looming over me.
Okay, so I'm hoping to get this short movie to actually trigger. this time around. In my first playthrough in October, I managed to trigger it without actually even knowing what to do, because I didn't expect it to be a thing. And then at the start of this playthrough... Oh, here we go. Alright, so this goes for a while. I think about 20 minutes or so. And we're actually going to watch it.
Onko täällä ketään? Ahti.
Sanovat, se joka varjoon tyytyy, valon ihmeestä paitsi jää.
Minulla oli sinua ikävä.
Olit Veikon kanssa. Siksi lähdin.
Hän on poissa. Ollut jo kauan.
Kun nyt lähden, lähde kanssani.
Hei, sinulla oli paskat housussa. Kontasojan pohjalla änkyrän kännessä ja huusi ja soperteli ja armo, rakkasveli, anna armo, mä kuolen. Ai saatana. Tuhlaajan pojan paluu. Ja häntä kuin vimelis. Tuliko hakemaan anteeksi, Antti? Uutiset mistään paluusta ovat ennenaikaisia. Tulin vain käymään. Nyt kun muistan millaista tämä touhu täällä on, en viivy kauaa. Missäs veljesi luuraa? Pisti hengiltä. Rupes käymään aivoa se ainainen länkytys. Uudella mestarilla. Mutta ei se paskaveli kelvannut edes siihen. Sä olit mestarin valittu. Vaikka mä koskaan ymmärtänyt, että miksi. Päiviltä pitäisi sinutkin pistää. Miten on? Nyt tuli tupen rapinat, poika. Leikataan parta! Leikataan pojalta parta!
Miksi palasit? Kun kerran lähdit?
En aikonut. Mutta nyt löydän itseni täältä. Nyt on kai kirottu. Kirjoitettu sadistisen kirjailijan tarinaa. Kierrän kehää.
Maa on syklinen laulu. Mites siellä valtion kontrollivirastossa menee?
Väärä virasto. En ole siellä töissä. Sitä paitsi sain potkut. Ei olisi tarvetta talonmiehen apulaiselle.
Ei ole. Tämän tilan isäntä katosi yön selkään vuosia sitten. Sen jälkeen kun sinä lähdit. Merkit on ilmassa, että multakin loppuu hommat pian. Siksi kyselen virastosta. Ehkä saan sieltä töitä.
Malja.
Mille juomme?
Yöttömälle yölle. Tämä riitti vie sinut tuon puoleiseen.
Sanotaan, että Aleen kurkotti liian pitkälle yön syövereihin. Eikä löytänyt sieltä enää pois. Kannattaa varaa sitä Alenin mustaa leskeä. Taisit olla vähän heikkona häneen.
Pelkäsin häntä.
Me pojat oltiin aina vähän toivottomia naisten kanssa.
Vie sinut tuon puoleiseen.
Hän palaa. Ja sinut lukitaan huoneeseen. Kiitos. Rakkaani.
En kierrä kehää. Tämä on spiraali.
I think this song just loops. Hello, Rosie. Sam Lake's acting is so perfectly over the top. Like he has the exact amount of talent the actor he's playing has, if that makes sense. One who'd be cast in a movie called Cold Casey. That's true, Rosie. Yeah. Yeah, that's the great thing about this game too, is using those sorts of elements. You know, you have the physical actor and Alex Casey being a character written by Alan Wake and having an American voice and then flipping that so that it's Sam Lake, who is obviously Finnish, playing Alex Casey, but this could work as the Finnish language original version. And so you can play with that as well, with the different language and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's quite interesting. Hey there, Levy. Good day, not so sleepy, actually quite awake, Rod. Welcome on in, Levy. Hope you're doing well. Hope it's going good today. So there we go. I'm glad I was able to trigger it. So the reason that I couldn't trigger it at the start of this playthrough when I was doing the game from the start, from scratch, must have been a glitch or something. Or maybe I didn't have it set to the right scene and that caused some glitch or something. In any case, that's the short movie that I wanted to watch. I think it's on YouTube, so if anyone wants to watch it without Alan standing in front of the screen. I tried to get to a good position and also to have the audio heard in the movie, but it was a bit hard to get the right angle without Alan's gun covering the rest of the, well, a little bit of the frame. Levy, all good. Just applied to a different job, but don't have high hopes because there are what feels like 1 billion applicants. I see, Levy. Yeah, that can be tough too, when there's so many. You can't help but think, oh, you know, it's just like so many before and after you that apply as well before the actual, you know, decision is made. And yeah, but it's the job you wanted for a while, and you do complete with all requisites. Yep. So let's see what happens. Yeah. Well, hopefully you get it, Levy. But if not, you know, definitely don't feel too disheartened because yeah, it's very, very difficult sometimes to get something when there's so many applicants. I'm doing well, Levy. Yeah, things are going good. Going to be doing a bit more of this game. I think I want to wait until we get to the point where we automatically go back to playing as Saga, and then I might actually end the stream there and then start another one, because I kind of want the part names to match what's happening in the story towards the end. And so this Alan Wake stuff comes under the initiation, and then the Saga stuff comes under the return. So I kind of want to do that. But it will definitely take me more than another stream to get the game done. If all goes well, I can call the final part something different and have it be the end of the game.
There wasn't enough alcohol in this city to drown the memories of this nightmare, but I damn well try. This case would never be closed. I had more questions now than at the start. The irony of being trapped in a postmodern detective story. I felt watched. The eyes of some unseen audience on me. I wanted to turn to the hidden camera and tell them to fuck off. But I didn't know where to look to break the fourth wall. There would always be another case for Casey.
A million stories in this dark city. The night opened up to welcome me. I walked into her arms. Roll credits.
And then, in the next Alex Casey case that he has to take on, he finds out he has a long-lost brother called Justin Casey. And then they could call that movie Justin Casey.
Something kept me going. A broken man. No hope, no prospects, no love. Too stubborn to die. Like a cockroach with a misguided sense of honor and justice in a city where there can never be justice.
Pinocchio hasn't had much luck on Tinder. But what do you expect from a guy who's looking for a relationship with no strings attached? Good one, Mr. Goethe. How's it going? Levy, so how far are you into the game? That question with this game is kind of relative because you can switch characters at a certain point for a certain amount of time before the game forces you to stick with one. So essentially, depending on what you decide to do, this whole thing that I'm been doing could happen way later in the playthrough or earlier in the playthrough. Just depends. So it's kind of hard to gauge. Mr. Goethe, you've been here for the last 3 hours sleeping. Well, that's good, Mr. Goethe. I hope you had a good rest.
The phone was ringing again. Somehow I sensed it wasn't Zane this time. Hello?
Hello.
It wasn't Zane. It wasn't Scratch either. Huh? You're me? Me? I don't understand.
There's a lot I don't understand.
The dark place operates in loops. Time is a story. I'm calling you from a different point in that story.
From the future? I'm never getting out of here, am I?
Yes, you will. And no, you won't. And that is by your own choice.
What does that mean?
I'm sorry for what you'll have to go through. You need to go back to the talk show studio basement. Get Alice's photos from a shoebox there. Before you can go to Parliament Tower, you must put the photos into the shoebox at her statue at the plaza. To help you, to help Alice, to help Saga Anderson.
I'm my own Deus Ex Machina? Really?
How many writers does it take to finish a story? One for each draft. It's the same writer, but in a different point in time. I'd follow the steps he laid out for me. Alice's photo from the talk show building basement. I had to go back to get them. I'd bring the photos to the shoebox by the statue.
Ah, I forgot. That's cool. I forgot. You can actually watch that short movie in different parts on this screen. It's not on the big screen that you can see it on when it's being played, but at least you can replay it. Oh no, they've put it in widescreen. Cool. I'm not going to watch it again, but I just thought I'd enter into it. So that's cool. Well, I'm glad to know that. I'll have to try and make sure I remember. I probably said that the first time I played it. And triggered the movie. Excellent.
Alice's photos were in the talk show basement. I had to bring them to the Plaza shoebox in order to enter Parliament Tower. Only then could I finish the story.
There's a monster.
I just noticed that there's a street called Wheeler Street. Barry's last name. Here we go.
Alice's photos. I recognize the style. One showed the clicker sinking into darkness. The other showed a light in the shape of a bullet. I need to get them to the plaza.
Taken grabbing Alan and throwing him actually worked in my favor for once. Throwing him where I needed him to go.
I had the photos now. I needed to put them into the shoebox by the statue.
I don't know if it actually is, but it feels like Alan runs faster if you actually strafe run sideways. Okay, so now we're at the part where the game forces you automatically to go to the other character if you'd been playing as one the whole time. But it's letting me actually switch back, so we're going to switch back. Because I'm playing this differently for this third time around. Technically, this is just still my second playthrough. Ah, yeah. Gain entry to Parliament to Parliament Tower.
It's closed. No. The building was condemned. Closed up. Something was wrong. Something was missing. I had to get inside.
There we go. So we need to hang on. We need to progress Saga's story, but that's right. Need to get the switch point. Duh. That would help if we actually got in here. Okay, so when I played through the game the first time, I tried to play it by ear as to the switching between Alan and Saga. So I played for a bit as one, then was like, okay, I'll play as the other, and vice versa through the playthrough. When I started this second playthrough from scratch, I decided that when the game automatically switches to Alan, that I would do his part, and then when it got to the point where you could switch back and forth at will, I stuck with Saga until the game automatically swapped me back with Alan. Now in this new Game Plus run, I'm doing a different tactic yet again, where this time, when the game automatically switched me to Alan, I kept playing as Alan for as long as the game would actually let me just keep playing as Alan, which is the point that we're at now. And so we now have to switch to Saga to actually continue the playthrough and the story. So Alan can't progress past this point if you've just played as him until you actually play more of the Saga side of the story. So it's actually worked out well, so I can do 3 different passes through the game, each one with a different approach to the character switching. And it also helps keep things a bit fresh. And also, if I need to reference and figure out which of the 3 approaches I prefer, I can then settle on what approach I would actually, do as like my default approach. Having said that though, I'm going to end this stream so that this stream can end before it switches over to the other side of the story, which is called The Return, which is all Saga stuff. Because I want to make sure that the next part of the playthrough, the stream title, is The Return. And I was going to actually do another stream today, but I think what I'll do is leave it until tomorrow, when it's Thursday for me. Let's see though. Switch reality. And then I'll save it as Saga. Manual save. There we go. Return. So, if we look at the previous 2 save files, both are saved at Initiation 8. And Initiation is all of Alan Wake stuff. And The Return 3. So we have The Return 3, Return 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 left. So that's 7 different chapters left. But there is still one more Initiation chapter as well. So I wasn't able to get all the Initiation chapters into the one stream, but that's fine, because the naming convention I'll be going with for the final playthrough, for the final stream, will be named something completely different. But yeah, the next stream that you'll see from me of Alan Wake 2 will be when it's Thursday, and the stream title for that will be The Return. I want to thank everyone for watching, muchly appreciated. Exit to the main menu. No worries at all, Sheila, for the stream. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Just want to give some shout outs before we raid out. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles, Lucinda, Mr. Gote, and Shillerlock. Crocodiles is playing through The Witcher 3 on the hardest difficulty, no HUD, and he's also playing Geralt as an evil, greedy bastard whose only priority is money at the expense of everyone and everything. And he's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's doing a playthrough series of the AC games without the HUD, fast travel not allowed, and limited looks at the map per game as well. So doing a couple of challenge playthroughs that are very challenging. If anyone's played games without the HUD that are designed to have the HUD, and doing it on the hardest difficulty, then you know that it's something that is challenging. Lucinda is playing through Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. She did a playthrough on normal mode. She's played it many times before, but the most recent playthrough was on normal mode, and she's doing a back-to-back playthrough of the same game, but the second playthrough out of the duology of playthroughs that she's doing currently for the game is on Madhouse difficulty. Also a fan of Dying Light, Evil Within, The Last of Us, as well as Dishonored. Lucinda's a great streamer as well, so highly recommend checking out. Mr. Gote plays games like Mortal Kombat 11. He's also a fan of the Outlast games, as well as Dead Space. Also Ghost Recon and Hunt Showdown. And Shillerlock is playing through Black Flag. He's doing a challenge playthrough where he can't fast travel, but also he can't upgrade the ship and can't upgrade Edward himself, and so that's quite a challenge with that game as well. He's also a fan of the Supermassive Horror series Dark Pictures, but also their other games too, Until Dawn, and he did a playthrough of The Quarry recently as well, and also did a playthrough recently of Skyrim, which was his first playthrough of that game ever. So he's doing another one soon for that game, which will be getting all the achievements. So I highly recommend checking out all those streams if you haven't before. Mr. Gote and Shillerlock, absolutely no trouble at all for the shout-outs. More than happy to give you one. Okay, so someone that I don't really get to raid that often. Actually, scratch that. Crooked's gone live. I wasn't sure when he was starting. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing The Witcher 3. There's a general raid message for people to feel free to use. There's one with some free follower emotes. I'm having trouble saying the word free for some reason. And I'll put one in for subscribers as well. There we go, and that's a raid message for subscribers to use. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching, muchly appreciated, and catch you in the next stream.